Welcome to another episode of the CrossCourt Cast. This is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff for Cracked Racquets. Guess what? You're watching Big Ten Tennis on the YouTube channel. And of course, it's Sunday. It's Big Ten Sunday. We have a ton of good Big Ten matches coming for you today. And of course, every single weekend, the stakes just get higher and higher as we enter NCAA season. And here we are. Let's, of course, start with Michigan State, Wisconsin women. We're going to head on over to Michigan State as we check out the doubles point. Then we'll head into singles. We'll have some triple box action for you coming up today. We will have a ton of good tennis here on Cracked Racquets. Again, Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. Let's get into it. So here we go. We have court 1, 2, and 3 doubles here with this triple box action as Michigan State takes on Wisconsin. Wisconsin, number 17 in the nation. Here on this number 1 doubles court, we have Shinyu Kai and Alina Mukurtova from Wisconsin taking on Lisa Vahilova and Aisha Khan from Michigan State. And so Wisconsin has taken an early lead on courts 1 and 3 doubles. Wisconsin's up 3-1 on court 1 and 4-1 on court 3. So we are heading into this doubles point, which could be over quickly. Meanwhile, Michigan State and Wisconsin are tied at 2 on court number 2. So we will hang with this court for a little bit longer. And actually, Westoff, let's head to 3. Let's head to court 3 here at Michigan State. And we'll introduce that one first as we see these doubles matches are wrapping up quickly. Wisconsin's come out to a screaming lead here in Michigan State, as we see Charmaine Say and Taylor Cataldi from Wisconsin on the near side of our screen, taking on Izzy Purser and Nicole Connard from Michigan State. Connard, a graduate transfer out of the Ivy League, so going from green to green, from Dartmouth to Michigan State. Connard overhead, too good there, as the Spartans look to hang in. And we're seeing across the board, Michigan State not able to get that many points per game. We saw a 40-love game on court 1 before we switched over here on court 3, and Wisconsin now up 40-15. And that's Sales Long, and Wisconsin 1 game away on court 3. So the Badgers up big in this doubles point. As we see Cataldi up to serve. Taylor Cataldi, a sophomore out of Corona, California. As a freshman, Cataldi was 12-6 in singles play. She did win her match against Michigan State last season. Connard, quick hands at the net, as Michigan State now takes a 30-love lead here on court 3. And of course, we will be hopping back over to court 1 as seems the Badgers still up big on 1 as well. So the Spartans now 40-love lead, 4 chances to break the Badgers, to stay in this set. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on back over to court 1 as we see if the Badgers can close it out on 1. Badgers also with a 4-1 lead, and we see the Spartans fighting back on 1 as well. And closest to our screen, we see this Michigan State duo, this Wisconsin duo, rather, of Shinyu Kai and Alina Mukurtova. Meanwhile, Wisconsin just took a 3-2 lead on court 2 as well. And so we will be closely tracking 1 and 3 doubles, as again, Badgers have a 4-1 lead on 1 and a 5-1 lead on 3. Michigan State, led by head coach Kim Bruno, entering her 7th season at the helm of the Spartan women's tennis program. Bruno is 72-59 overall. She has 26 Big Ten victories to her name. And we see here Bruno joined by associate head coach Tyler Faulkner, who's in his 9th year with the Spartans. Faulkner was an All-American in his own right at Berry College. And meanwhile, we see Michigan State hanging in on 1 and 3. And as we really see the importance of the doubles point in college tennis. Again, these college matches played first to 4. So it's vital because the first team to get 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches, which are played just 1 set to 6, no ad scoring, that first team gets the first point on the board. And we're seeing after, seemed like a quick dispute on court 1. We're back in action here, 30-all. Oof, that was tight overhead miss on 3. As we see the Spartans. Nice defense there. Good scrambling. So Wisconsin up big, but not over. So we see 5-2 on court 1. Meanwhile, we see Wisconsin up 4-3 on court 2 as they're in a changeover. So we will bring our attention here to court 3. As Nicole Connard, who is up to serve here. Connard bringing the power game in doubles. And I had the privilege of watching Nicole Connard play a lot of matches during my college career in the Ivy League, but also seeing her now in the Big Ten and seeing her game translate to this number 3 double spot. She is able to step in and able to really take the ball early, we're seeing indoors, and put that pressure on Wisconsin on her serve. And Connard has a big first serve, which is always an asset on the doubles court. Wisconsin makes that overhead. So Connard closest to your screen, playing with Izzy Purser, a freshman from the United Kingdom. Purser's brother, Luke, was a 4-year student athlete at Youngstown State. That's a big hold from the Spartans. And if you're a Michigan State fan, this is what you love to see. Again, Spartans down big on 1 and 3, but they're still in it. They're finding a way to elongate these matches. And in doubles, that's really the way that you do that, is by stepping in, is by taking the ball earlier and being aggressive and perhaps taking some more risk trying to get to net to make these points even shorter and in your favor. Again, in singles, it's sometimes a bit simpler to hang back and wait it out when you're down big. But in doubles, when you're down big, the answer is to step in. And we're seeing Michigan State do just that on courts 1 and 3. Meanwhile, Spartans have tightened it up on 1 and 2. Down 4-3 on both courts as we see Wisconsin netting that volley. Cataldi with the move, but did not fully commit there. Especially indoor doubles. So fast. In person, when that ball's coming at you at net. The way to play fearless is by fully committing. As we see Cataldi get burned twice there. That's big. Nicole Connard, fearless at the net. when you are aggressive at the net, it does give you some more time to take a swinging volley, perhaps when you're right on top of the net, which we saw Connor do to really get the advantage in that point. And we're back in a double box as Wisconsin now up 5-3 on court 1. Kai and Mukurtova edging towards the finish line. Meanwhile, Connor and Purser down but not out here on 3. As we see the Spartans team with 2 more chances to break Wisconsin on 3 to stay in this match. So again, these double sets only played to 6. So we're 1 game away on 2 out of 3 of these doubles courts. Wisconsin punches it in. So it's 5-4 now on 3. Meanwhile, Wisconsin only 3 points away. Make that 2 points away on court 1. On court 2, Ava Markham and Maria Shalikova, the 65 team in the nation, have a 4-3 lead over Marley Lambert and Dagmar Zudbreka. So Wisconsin in the lead on all 3 doubles courts. As we see this Badger duo ranked 17 in the nation, taking on this Big Ten match on the road. And of course, we have a huge number of Big Ten matches coming at you today here on Cracked Racquets. So this is just the start. Big point here on the left of your screen. The Badgers looking to serve it out. That's excellent hands from the Spartans at net on 1. And we're seeing Cataldi and Say really get into net here on court 3 to open up that game. And so important for Wisconsin to maintain its dominance at the net, which we're seeing the Badgers lose that a little bit here on 1 as they face 2 break points. Up 5-3. So it's 5-4 on court 1. Michigan State takes the lead on court 2, up 5-4 now. It's a spicy comeback from Lambert and Zudbreka. And we are seeing here on court 3, Charmaine Say struggling with the serve return a little bit, as Michigan State now 40-15. Say makes the move at net. Badgers save 1 game point. And so Say has missed the last 2 serve returns here on the ad side. So the most important thing for her is really to aim for a big target here. High over the net, give yourself some space, except, of course, not too close to the net player. And here Say gets a look at a second serve. Well, doesn't need to get a look at a second serve. We have a deuce point. And it seems that Cataldi will likely take it. Wow. Say is going to take it. We love the guts. But the Spartans are too tough. And it's 5-all here on court 3. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop back on over to a split screen. Perfect. To a double box, rather. Because we are nearing the finish line of all 3 of these sets. As we see Wisconsin with the 5-4 lead on 1, Michigan State with the 5-4 lead on 2. We are tied at 5 on court 3. So keep your eyes on the upper left hand of your screen, as we do see the Badgers now 2 points away from taking 1 of these doubles matches at the court 1 spot. Meanwhile, Badgers fighting back on court 2. Multiple chances to make this 5-all set. Seeing a little bit of I formation action here on 3. Cataldi up to serve. That one drops a bit too much. And we have a match point. We have multiple match points here on court 1. Westhoff could we have that match point graphic? And let's check it out. See if the Badgers can get 1. And they do. Wisconsin, 6-4 win on court 1. So Shinyu Kai and Alina Mukurtova grab the first doubles match for Wisconsin. So now Badgers just need 1 more. Michigan State needs both of these doubles matches still in action, and we're tied at 5 on both. So we will see which, if either of these matches is a deciding match. Because again, if these teams split doubles matches, it comes down to 1. And all the teams are lined up watching the action, and you feel all of the eyes on you. As we see Michigan State now taking a 30-15 lead on 3. It's a volley battle won by Wisconsin on 3. Taylor Cataldi and Charmaine Say with the quick hands. And we see their bodies moving into the court there on those volleys. It's exactly what head coach Kim Bruno wants to see for the Spartans. And it's a game point for the Badgers, who have battled back in this game by staying aggressive, by holding their ground, not getting pushed back at the baseline. As we see Cataldi looking to serve it out now. 2 points to put Wisconsin up 6-5 on court 3. Meanwhile, Wisconsin up 30-15 on 2. And it's a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic on court 3? Taylor Cataldi and Charmaine Say looking to hold serve here. That's too good of a return from the Spartans. And Michigan State now with a 6-5 lead over Wisconsin on 3. Meanwhile, Wisco with 40-30 lead. 2 break points on 2. Make it a deuce point deciding point on 2 as well. Didn't we just see this? Yes, we did. This doubles point could not get any closer between these two Big Ten teams. Again, Wisconsin ranked 17th in the nation. So Michigan State looking for an upset today at home. And Michigan State now up 6-5 on both remaining courts. So the Spartans have been trailing all match on all 3 of these courts, but they have settled in and they've really started to step in. We've started to see them dominate at net, and that really started with this duo of Nicole Conard and Izzy Purser. Even when they were down, they were the more aggressive team at net. And now Conard in a good position. If you're a Spartans fan, you're in a good position. Conard up to serve now to serve it out for the Spartans. And that's 1 for Michigan State. So now, Conard and Purser just 3 points away. And again, Nicole Conard has a big serve, so seems that the smart thing to do at this moment in the match would just be to take a little bit off her first serve, put it in to just put that pressure on the Wisconsin team. Well, you don't have to take anything off that. Ace down the tee for Conard. 2 points away. So Westhoff, let's see that match point graphic. Nicole Conard and Izzy Purser now have 4 chances to send this doubles point to a deciding match. From defense to offense, Michigan State. Nicole Conard, Izzy Purser, 6-4 win. over Charmaine Say and Taylor Cataldi from Wisconsin on court 3. And of course, I mean, this is Big Ten tennis drama. We are headed to a deciding match in this doubles match. So we will hop on over now to court 2. As again, Wisconsin takes a 6-4 win on 1. Wisconsin drops a 7-5 decision on court 3. And the Spartans now sending this to a tiebreak. So folks, this is the deciding match. This is actually now a deciding tiebreak, as this set played like any other set. 1st to 6, tiebreak at 6-all. This will be a 7-point tiebreak, as we see Marley Lambert to start off the breaker serving. A bit of a tight forehand from the freshman to kick this off, and Wisconsin now with the mini break to open this tiebreak. And you see on the left-hand corner of your screen, the upper left, you do see those players lining up, and that is part of what makes college tennis so special when you come down to these deciding moments, the deciding match in this doubles point. All of your teammates watching and cheering you on. So we're tied at 1. And I have had the privilege of playing with Ava Markham, who is at the net for Wisconsin. And I know that Markham loves to be aggressive from the baseline, set up the net player. And here we see her at net. Markham with very solid ground strokes. Loves to put a lot of whip on that forehand side. As we see Markham playing the ad side here for Wisconsin. Back to return. Zudbreck up to serve. And that is the whip I'm talking about on that forehand. Ava Markham. Huge ball and a huge moment to put Wisconsin up 3-1 here on 2. Make that 4-1 for the Badgers. So Wisconsin now just 3 points away from clinching the doubles point here on 2. And this duo has really done it with aggression from the baseline, as we see these last 2 points just ripped at the baseline. Wisconsin up 4-1. Markham. Big, solid ground strokes. And so right now, this Michigan State team playing a bit too tentatively in this moment. Again, we do see a freshman here in Marley Lambert, and I've seen Lambert play fantastic tennis for the Spartans, and so we do see her at this court 3 position, but court 2 rather, but do expect in the coming years, Marley Lambert, I'm calling it now, to be a big name in college tennis, because Lambert can really play at a very high level. Second serve now here for Markham. And a double from the When you're up big in a tiebreak, it's very easy to lose focus for a minute, to get a little nervous when you're thinking about clinching that match for your team. But it's so important to stay locked in and to play with that same urgency as if you were down. Markham on the run, and that's too good. Ava Markham with the wheels here on court 2. And we have multiple match points. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic? Wisconsin now up 6-2 in this breaker as Maria Shalikova and Ava Markham look to clinch it for the Badgers. And they do it. Ava Markham and Maria Shalikova show why they are number 65 in the nation with a 7-6 win over Marley Lambert and Dagmar Zudbreka. Wisconsin takes the doubles point. Badgers with the opening point in this match. So now we'll see Wisconsin and Michigan State heading out to 6 singles matches. And Wisconsin now only needs 3 of those singles matches. So it is safe to say the Badgers with the momentum big time after this highly contested doubles point. And of course, we will have a ton of Big Ten action here for you today on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Again, this is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. And up next, we will head on over to men's tennis as we see Northwestern take on Penn State. Northwestern ranked number 23 in the nation. 63. Wildcats have 4-1, 40-15 lead here on 1. So we have some big leads going on here. We have Northwestern up 5-1 on court 1 and 5-2 on court 3. Meanwhile, Penn State up 5-2 on court 2. Back to serve here for Penn State is the duo of Charles Morgan and Malik Batnagar. They are taking on Stephen Foreman and Simon Brathholm from Northwestern. Big serve from the Nittany Lions makes it 15-all here on 1. And of course, we will keep you updated with the scores on the other courts, as Penn State now has a 5-2 lead on 2, but is down 5-2 on 3. Volley battle won by Penn State. So Northwestern is 10-7 on the year. 0-1 in Big Ten play. Penn State also 0-1 in the Big Ten, 13-5 in 2023. as we see the Nittany Lions here. Multiple game points to stay in this match. And we know where we are. We are at the Combe Tennis Center at Northwestern, as we can tell by the purple courts. Wildcats always with the popping color. So it's a deuce point, match point, Westhoff. Could we see that graphic? Deuce point, match point for this Northwestern duo. Stephen Foreman and Simon Brathel. The Nittany Lions stay in it on one. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3 doubles. Court 3 at Northwestern, as we see the Wildcats with a 5-2 lead on 3. So Northwestern 1 game away on courts 1 and 3. Meanwhile, Penn State just took a 6-2 win on court 2. So Nittany Lions on the board first. And it seems as if now, quickly after, Wildcats are on the board at 3. So we're tied at 1. We're going to another deciding doubles point. Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court 1 doubles. Court 1 here at Northwestern, as Stephen Foreman and Simon Brathel look to give the Wildcats the opening point of this college tennis match. Brathel and Foreman closest to our screen. They took the opening point. And it's match point for the Cats. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic? Foreman and Brathel with 4 chances to give the Cats the opening point of this match. And that's match for the Wildcats. Stephen Foreman, Simon Brathel, 6-2. Win on 1 over Charles Morgan and Malik Batnagar. As the Wildcats win the doubles point, Northwestern goes up 1-love over Penn State. As we see number 23 in the country playing at home here, hosting number 63 ranked Penn State. And these players will head on to their singles matches. Meanwhile, we will jump back on over to women's college tennis as Purdue takes on Illinois. Purdue, number 44 in the nation, taking on 34 ranked Illinois. And we see this doubles match just kicking off as we see the teams in a huddle on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. And the huddle, always one of the most fun parts of college tennis. And we'll be bringing you this triple box action. Again, Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff here for Cracked Racquets, and we will be here for the entirety of this doubles match as we see which team takes the opening point of this college match here. Will it be the Boilermakers or the Fighting Irish? 2 great mascots in my opinion, especially the Boilermakers. You know that's Purdue. As we see these teams starting to get set, Illinois is 10-5 on the year. Undefeated, so far 2-0 in Big Ten tennis. Meanwhile, Purdue is 2-1 in the Big Ten, 11-3 overall on the season. And listen to this. Purdue 11-1 at home. So the Boilermakers are a force to be reckoned with here at Schwartz Tennis Center. Their only loss coming 4-3 to Kentucky back in February at this tennis facility. And so, of course, we will introduce all of the matches in action as they start to kick off. And the routine, the moments right before a match, so important. Again, these players on our screens getting settled, and most tennis players have a routine and look to bring that routine on the road or at home before kicking off a match, whether it's putting your rackets in a certain position in your bag, getting your waters out, putting them in a certain place. Of course, Rafael Nadal, the king of water bottle obsessions. We love to see it. It's worked for him, so hey, why not? As we see here on court 1, we will bring that match to you in our big screen. It's number 34, Illinois, takes on number 44, Purdue. So a 10-point difference in the ITA rankings. But will that matter for the Fighting Irish? So the Fighting Irish have been led by a player that is from New England, from my section of the country, Paige Freeman, a lefty with a one-handed backhand, who's really come into her game in college and quite a doubles player who we will see in action today. Again, Freeman with a big serve, big lefty forehand. So she's a player that can be easily spotted on the court. Her brother Max played at Vanderbilt. Notre Dame 11-7 on the year. So we see this Purdue-Illinois battle kicking off on court 1. The most important thing in the start of a doubles match is just establishing yourself, and it's not making every ball like perhaps some coaches would like to see their singles players do at the start of a match. The important thing in doubles is to start getting moving, really getting aggressive early in this match, because you don't have to make every ball in the first game of a doubles match. It's even more important to establish yourself as the aggressive team. because those balls usually fall in when it counts. As long as your body weight is moving forward into the court, the doubles players are moving at net. Just like that is, we do see a miss, but a good move. So we will have all of these doubles matches for you here as we stay here. The entirety of this doubles point as we see one missed volley and one made volley. Here on one. So both teams in the white tops and black skirts. It's big baseline tennis. As we see this Illinois duo up 40-15 now. So Illinois playing closest to our screen. Purdue playing farther away. And that's the opening game going to the Illinois Illini. So Illinois up 1-0 on court one. When we talk about Big Ten play going to a hostile environment, here we see the huge Purdue letters on the wall across from these Illinois players. Hard to miss it on the court. That's why it's so important to, as coaches like to say, play the ball, which means focus on your game, focus on the ball coming towards you and not necessarily the opponent that is hitting that shot, which is easier said than done. As we see these girls settling into the match. Here on three. Purdue takes the opening game. And again, these teams donning the same color uniforms today. But you will see Purdue having the collared neck shirts. If you are into fashion like I am. Those Purdue players on the closest end to our screen. Illinois on the far end. As we see here on three. Kita Ferrari. Partnered with Violetta Martinez. Martinez, a freshman out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. Ferrari, a sophomore out of Fairhope, Alabama. Ferrari taking the Laurel Springs route before coming to the Big Ten. Meanwhile, Martinez trained at the Rafael Nadal International School. Martinez, a blue chip, ranked top 20 in the nation before joining the Illini. Ranked as high as number 15 in 2020. So we see this Purdue duo now 2 points away from taking an early 2-1 lead here on 3. And we will be tracking all 3 of these matches at the same time with this triple box action. As we see Illinois with an early 2-love lead on 1. We're tied at 1 on 3. And Purdue, a 1-love lead on 2. And that will be a contested call on 1. Now that is hard to tell, but that was a fast serve up the tee. As we see the umpire deciding that the call will stand on court 1 again. It is hard to tell here from our broadcast booth, since that serve was so quick. And we see the Boilermakers looking to hang in, playing with that urgency here on 1. Because 2-1 is a very different score than 3-love. And meanwhile, we see the Illini looking to serve it out to go up 3-love on 1. Meanwhile, Boilermakers up 2-love on 2. Boilermakers take 2-1 lead on 3. So Purdue, a team that has only lost 3 matches this year. So this squad knows how to win. They're 11-1 on their home courts, with only 1 loss in late February at home. So that kind of adds another layer to this challenge for Illinois, both playing on the road and against a team that is used to winning matches in 2023. And here on court 1, closest to our screen, we're tied at 30. Sia Fedora Sr. out of Boca Raton, Florida. Partnered up with Liz Norman, a redshirt senior out of Indiana. So the Boilermakers putting their experienced players at this number 1 spot. As we see Purdue now with 2 break points on 1. And that's a deuce point on court 1. This point is especially urgent for the Boilermakers, as they need to get on the board, as we're seeing Purdue does have a 2-love lead on 2. But they're down 2-1. They're up 2-1, rather, on 3. So if the Boilermakers can put some scoreboard pressure on the Illini here on 1, that is exactly what they're looking for. And that's a big return from the Boilermakers to go down 2-1 on court 1. Meanwhile, we see Purdue take an early 3-love lead on court 2 and on 3. Boilermakers up 2-1. And we see Purdue led by head coach Laura Glitz. Glitz, the winningest coach in Purdue tennis history. She's in her 16th season at the helm of this program. Glitz is 171 and 161 at Purdue. Over 20 seasons of coaching. She's led Purdue to 4 NCAA tournament appearances. Glitz coming to Purdue after stints coaching in the Ivy League. She was with Cornell for 3 years, and before that was at Princeton for 4 seasons. She assisted Princeton coaching legend Louis Skangler. And Glitz herself, quite a player, achieving a top 250 ranking in the world on the WTA Tour, competing for 4 years. From 1990 to 1994, she was top 90 in the world on the doubles court, of course competing in all 4 Grand Slam events. Glitz, an early example of the college to pro pipeline. Glitz earned All-America honors at Arizona State. At that #1 degree, got her degree in finance, and then played pro. Had a very successful 4-year stint on the tour. And Glitz, joined by assistant coach Daniela Vidal. Vidal, a Purdue legend, staying around in the program. Vidal graduated in 2015 and was a member of the first senior class to qualify for the NCAA championships in 4 consecutive seasons. Vidal leading the Boilermakers at the #1 single spot. And Vidal has her master's degree as well in sports management, graduating with her bachelor's from Purdue in 2015, and then earning her master's in 2018. And wow, Purdue is just ripping on court 2. Eyes in the upper left-hand corner of your screen as Boilermakers have multiple chances to go up for love now on 2. Meanwhile, we're tied at 2 on court 3, and Illinois up 2-1 on court 1. That volley sails long for Illinois. Meanwhile, Evan Clark leads the Illini women's tennis program. Clark has been with the Illini since December 2014, when he joined the program in an assistant coach role. He was named the head coach of the program 2 years later. Clark led the Illini to a 3rd place finish in the Big Ten, as their best finish under his lead. The Illini went 15-8 last season, went 8-3 in the Big Ten, taking home that number 3 finish. Behind the Big Ten champions, Michigan, of last season. Volunteer assistant coach Daniela Pedraza-Novak joins Clark on the coaching staff of the Illini program. Pedraza-Novak was 65-43 overall, picked up 72 doubles wins for the Illini during her campaign. As we see the Illini, Dong and Hauser taking a 3-1 lead here on court 1. Meanwhile, Illini with the game point on 3. That's good hands on court 1. As we see the Illini fired up after that one. And so, again, we do have some of the same uniform action going on here at Purdue, but I can tell you that the Illini are closest to our screen here on court 1. So it's 5-love on court 2, Purdue. Just smothering. Meanwhile, it's deuce point deciding point on court 3. And it looks as if Illinois is now down 3-2 on 3. And that was a huge deuce point on 3 because, again, we have Illinois up big on 1, but Purdue up even bigger on 2. So this could come down to our 3rd deciding doubles match in a row today here. This is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. You're watching Big Ten Tennis on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. We see Illinois here on 1. 2 points away from taking a 4-1 lead against the Boilermakers. Make that 40-15 on 1. And it's 4-1 for Illinois on court 1. Meanwhile, I don't even know if Purdue has dropped a point. We might have a golden set action here on 2. Illinois has won multiple points on court 2, but really a dominant performance here by the Boilermakers. And the importance of energy in the doubles point is often understated. The amount of energy that a team comes out with, regardless of who they're playing, whether it's a ranked team, an unranked team, if you're bringing the energy, if you're bringing that fight from the first point, there's often a way to establish yourself over perhaps a player that is a higher quality player on the singles court. When you're put on the doubles court, anything can happen. If you bring that energy, if your body weight is moving into the court, if you're looking to get into net, you can pick off some of the best players in the nation in college tennis on the doubles court. As we're seeing again, Purdue looking for a big win over Illinois at home to go 12-1 here at Indiana. We see Boilermakers looking to fight back now. On court 1, serving closest to our screen on 1. That's a big first point for Purdue. So far, we have some quite lopsided scores here at Purdue. It's Illinois just 2 points away on 1, but they're just trying to get on the board on 2. Meanwhile, in the Penn State Northwestern match, where we saw Northwestern take the opening doubles point, the Wildcats are up 3-2 on courts 1 and 2, and up 5-love on court 4. So again, Northwestern only needs 3 of these singles matchups, and we're either all tied up or Penn State has an early lead on the other courts. And meanwhile, the players are all battling in singles for Michigan State Wisconsin women, which of course we checked in earlier today. As we see Wisconsin with pretty demanding leads on 1 through 6. So all of the singles matches in action after Wisconsin took the opening doubles point. They all have some commanding leads over Michigan State. And meanwhile, we see here 4-1 30-all on court 1 is Illinois looking to edge closer and closer to the finish, while Purdue is doing the same on 2. We're all tied up at 3 on court 3. So we see Purdue just 2 points away on 2. Meanwhile, it's break point for the Illini on 1. And it's deuce point deciding point now on court 1. This is a vital hold that the Boilermakers are looking for if you're a Purdue fan. You really need this hold here on 1. So 5-1 on 1 for the Illini. 5-1 for Purdue on 2. And we're neck and neck on court 3. So it looks like we might have our third deciding match of the day in this doubles point. And of course, the Michigan Wolverines, ranked number 3 in the nation, are currently taking on Minnesota. And we will have that action for you shortly. As we see, Michigan is up 3-love already because unfortunately Minnesota has to forfeit the number 3 double spot and the number 5 and 6 singles. So we see after taking the doubles point, Michigan is up 3-love. Boilermakers are fighting back on 1, but we still have multiple match points for the Illini on 1. So Illini now have a 4-3 lead on 3. Another match point saved by the Boilermakers. Match point number 3 now. And that's match. 6-1 win for Dong and Hauser on court 1. So Illinois takes the first of 3 doubles matches here at Purdue. And meanwhile, we see Illinois at 4-3 on court 3. But Purdue with the 5-2 lead on 2. And Purdue is up 5-love. And now Illinois, it's never too late. Illinois now about to reel off 3 straight games. And so, of course, sometimes the key in college tennis is not just to win, but it's to not lose. If your teammates are still battling out there, you're down big. So important to hang in there. Because the energy on the court is very different when you have 2 teams left in doubles versus just 1, when all eyes are on you, when you know that you are the deciding doubles match. And we're seeing this Illinois duo. So tough here on 2. Meanwhile, the Illini now up 5-3, just 1 game away on court 3. Big serve from the Illini. or the Illini closest to our screen rather, looking to break to win this doubles match. So it's 5-3 and 5-3. But they're two very different matches going on here with the cadence of these matches. Again, Illinois doing a fantastic job on two. Credit to the Illini for hanging in this match. And not just that, for starting to take the momentum. Keep your eyes on court two. And of course, that match might not finish because we are seeing Illinois up 5-3 here on three after taking the number one doubles match. And so doubles, such an important part of these college matches. Again, it's all about the energy. It's about setting the tone for these singles matches. Because no matter how short or long these doubles matches last, you're a lot less tired if you come out on the winning side heading into singles with that momentum. And as we see Purdue fighting on three. So Illinois up 5-4 now on court three. Meanwhile, on two, we do have Purdue 2 points away. Nice, deep and driving ground strokes there to set up some net play on two. That's an overhead rip on three. Boilermakers starting to get aggressive at the right time on three. That's big time net tennis from the Boilermakers. But we do have a match point here on two as Purdue looks to get on the board in this doubles point. Again, Illinois has won. Purdue needs both of these remaining doubles matches. We play on court two, one match point saved. And of course we have a deuce point, which is a match point. There is no ad in college tennis. As Purdue with a deuce point match point on two. And we play on court two. If you're an Illinois fan, you love to see it. This fight from the Illini on two. Again, Illini went from down 5 love to now 5-4. They've reeled off 4 games in a row on 2 and on 5, Illinois. 2 points away. Make that match point for the Illini. And this is a match point, folks. Match point to win this individual match at 3. And match point to clinch this doubles match between Purdue and Illinois. The opening doubles match. Again, this is to put the first point on the board for Illinois. Wow, that was a tight miss volley there. Ferrari and Martinez not fully committing to that poach, which likely would have won them this match. And we have a deuce point deciding point. Match point. All of the points here on 3. Ferrari and Martinez looking to serve it out against Laranaja and Gibbs. And that's match. Illinois clinches the doubles point. Ferrari and Martinez, 6-4 win over Laranaja and Gibbs at this court 3 position. We have had doubles points for the ages today. This is Big Ten Tennis. Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. And of course, we'll be bringing you tons more Big Ten Tennis action here on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel as we see Illinois taking the opening doubles point over Purdue at home. Again, Boilermakers, 11-1 at home. Can Illinois and the Boilermakers, only their 2nd loss of the season at home, their 4th loss of 2023? Well, we'll see. But first, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back after the break. Welcome back, Cracked fans, to the Big Ten tennis coverage here on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. This is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, as we check in with Michigan, Minnesota. In women's college tennis, Michigan, of course, number 3 in the nation, taking on the Gophers. Minnesota, unfortunately, due to injury, having to forfeit both the number 3 singles doubles match and the 5 and 6 singles matches today against Michigan. So that is why you do see the 3 Love Michigan in your screen. So we only do have 4 matches in action here at the Varsity Tennis Center in Ann Arbor, as we see Julia Fliegner and Zoe Wheel are tied up at 3 at the number 1 singles spot. And we have Lily Jones from Michigan taking on Annette Koskell. And number 2 singles, Jones up 3-2. Andrea Sardan has ripped off to a 5-love start over Iva Schmitz at court 3. And my sister, hi Bailey, Bailey Shinen, tied up at 3 against Lucy Liu at court 4. So those are our 4 singles matches in action today. And again, unfortunately, Minnesota unable to have players for the 5 and 6 spots. So unfortunately, Minnesota having to battle with not a full crew today in Ann Arbor and really throughout 2023. So credit to Minnesota for fighting with what they have, as we see Zoe Wheel putting up quite a fight against Julia Fliegner on court 1. Fliegner, a sophomore out of Birmingham, Michigan. Went 3-0 at the number 5 singles spot. Her freshman year, 29-8 overall, finishing 2nd on the team in wins. Fliegner winning the ITA Summer College Championships this past summer before coming back to Ann Arbor. Fliegner's older brother Max played tennis at Dartmouth, graduating in 2018. Fliegner is 29-8 overall on the singles court, 13-19 overall on the doubles court for the Wolverines. And we see Fliegner taking on Zoe Wheel. Wheel, a graduate student out of Columbus, Ohio. And we have a deuce point deciding point here on 1. As we see Zoe Wheel taking a 4-3 lead. Rather, seems that this game is still occurring, as we see these players still in action here. And we will double check our scoreboard, as it does seem that our scoreboard has updated. This must be the deuce point right here, folks, as we see Zoe Wheel does take that game. So our scoreboard might be a little ahead of us here in Ann Arbor, as we see head coach Ronnie Bernstein rocking the yellow top on the left side of our screen, waiting for Fliegner. Meanwhile, on court 2, Lily Jones with the 4-2 lead over Annette Koskell. So Westoff, let's hop on over to court 2 during this changeover, as we see Ronnie Bernstein speaking to Julia Fliegner. Bernstein, one of the all-time greats in college tennis coaching. In her 16th season at the helm of the Wolverines program, has guided the Maize and Blue to 9 Big Ten championships, 4 Big Ten tournament titles, and 9 NCAA Sweet 16 appearances during her tenure with the program. Bernstein in the Hall of Fame at the University of Miami, where she was an All-American in both singles and doubles. She played there from 1984 to 88. She was the NCAA Senior Player of the Year after reaching the finals and dubs and semis of singles at NCAAs. So we see here Lily Jones taking on Annette Koskell. Lily Jones, just a freshman from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Jones, number 11 in the nation. Before joining the Maize and Blue, a blue chip recruit, number 1 in the state of Michigan. Finishing runner-up in the state championship that year in 2019 to Michigan teammate Kari Miller. So Michigan high school tennis. Hopping. Jones on the far side of our screen with 2 hands on both sides. Jones has been a clutch freshman for the Wolverines so far this season. Jones taking on Annette Koskell. Koskell, a freshman from Tallinn, Estonia. So we do have a 30-all point here on 2, although our scoreboard a little ahead of us here at the Varsity Tennis Center. As we see Jones with multiple chances to take a 5-2 lead here on 2. Meanwhile, on 3, Andrea Serdan has roared off to a 6-love lead against Iva Schmitz as they start the second set. Yeah! 5-2. Jones leads, and Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 4 as we check in with my younger sis, Bailey Shinen. It's Bailey up 5-3, 30-love against Lucy Liu from Minnesota. So we see Jones up 5-2 on 2. Serdan takes the opening set, 6-love on 3. And we're tied up at 4 on court 1. So these Wolverines on the season, they've been roaring. They're 12-3 in 2023, 4-0 in Big Ten play. Coming off a 4-1 loss to number 19 Florida down in Gainesville, and then a 5-2 win over 17th ranked Wisconsin on Saturday. Meanwhile, Westhoff, if we could head over to court 4, as we do have a set point for Bailey Shinen. Shinen, also a freshman from the same town as me. How funny is that? East Greenwich, Rhode Island. Shinen taking on Lucy Liu. Lucy Liu, a sophomore from Broomfield, Colorado. And that Shinen backhand sails long, so we have a deuce point set point here on 4. A deuce point set point for the freshman. My younger sister, Bailey. And I do know from experience, Bailey has the power. So the important thing here for Shinen is return to serve, putting that return to serve in, getting into the point for the Wolverines. And it seems that ball sailed just wide on that Shinen forehand, so it's 5-4. Now Shinen leads for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, Westhoff during the changeover. Let's hop on over to court 2. To court 2 as Lily Jones is now just 2 points away from taking the opening set against Annette Koskell. Jones is now set point. Westhoff, could we have that set point graphic? Rather, it actually seems that this is the 30-all point. The 30-all or 40-15 point for Jones, as our scoreboards are a bit ahead of us here at the Varsity Tennis Center. And that was a 30-all point as Jones earns a set point. And Jones not the only player to have 2 hands on both sides in college tennis. Of course, we have UNC great Cameron Moore rocking the 2 hands on both sides, among others. And this is a set point, so Westhoff, if you could give us that set point graphic for Lily Jones, the freshman. And Jones takes the opening set 6-2 over Annette Koskell on court 2. And Westhoff, let's head on back on over to court 4. Court 4 as we have Shinen up 5-4, 30 love now. So 2 points away from taking the opening set for the Wolverines. So the Wolverines now have the first sets on courts 2 and 3. Julia Fliegner up 5-4 over Zoe Wheel at the number 1 single spot. As we see Lucy Liu fighting back. Meanwhile, Julia Fliegner now 2 points away from the first set on court 1. Big forehands for Shinen. earn the freshman a match point. Set point, rather, on court 4. Westoff, could we see that set point graphic? Julia Fliegner also with a set point for the Wolverines on court 1. As Michigan looks to take all 4 first sets here in Ann Arbor. And Fliegner does 6-4 on the first set. So we have first set wins on all 3 of the top 3 singles courts for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, we have set point for Sheinin here on 4. That forehand sails long for Sheinin as we have a deuce point, game point, set point. And the serve +1 combination gets it done for Bailey Sheinin on court 4, 6-4 in the first set over Lucy Liu. And Westoff, let's hop on over to court 3 now, as of course we've got to give some love to senior Andrea Serdan, a good friend of mine from junior tennis who is up 6-love, 2-love against Iva Schmitz from Minnesota. Again, court 3 in Ann Arbor. As Serdan, up to a big lead, has not dropped a game yet in Michigan. Serdan, a senior out of Bloomfield, New Jersey. And meanwhile, as we see the Wolverines taking these first sets over the Gophers, it's so important to start off a second set strong after taking these first sets. Again, especially at these number 1 and 4 single spots. Fliegner and Sheinin both with the 6-4 wins in the first set. So important to continue to establish yourself to really stay tough in those opening 3 games of the second set, as we've seen Serdan do at number 3 singles, as she's up 2-love now in the second set against Iva Schmitz. Those first 3 games are so important to stay grounded, to stay committed to your game plan that won you the first set, because it's so easy after taking the first set to take your foot off the gas a little, whether it be making less balls or being less aggressive. But it's so important in the start of these second sets to stay aggressive, to stay stepping in, and especially for a player like Sheinin, who is an aggressive baseliner. Super important to see Sheinen's body weight continue to move forward. Meanwhile, for Lucy Liu, conversely, after dropping the first set, it's very important to start pushing the limits of what your opponent can do, making her uncomfortable, seeing if there are ways that you can vary the pace of the ball. Keep your opponent on the run early on in this second set. As we see, it is a battle of the underclassmen here on court 4. Freshman Bailey Sheinin taking on sophomore Lucy Liu. Lucy Liu, also a piano player. Says that she admires Roger Federer on the tennis court, as do I. Major in biochemistry and psychology at the Minnesota program. So we see Shine. Starting off to a roaring lead in the second set. Meanwhile, the quickest player on the court so far for the Wolverines is Andrea Serdan. The senior now has a 6-love, 3-love lead over Iva Schmitz, also a biochemistry major at Minnesota. Schmitz, a freshman from Germany. As we see Shannon taking the opening game of the second set here on court 4. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check in with Andrea Serdan at court 3. Or rather, we will stay here for the Shannon and Lou match, but don't worry, we will continue to track this Serdan match as the Wolverines get closer and closer to clinching this match again. Unfortunately, Minnesota had to forfeit the 5 and 6 singles matches today due to injury, as well as the number 3 double spot. So extremely difficult for the Gophers to fight back against a top 3 team in the nation after having to forfeit 3 of your matches on the day. As we see a slice approach shot from Shinen, not good enough, as Lucy Liu is there. And again, early on in these second sets, we do see 2 deuce points. At the 1 and 2 single spots, we do see Jones taking a deuce point to go up 1-love. But there's almost a reset period that happens for a player in college tennis after losing that first set that gives them energy and kind of a newfound life out there in the second set. So it's going to be a battle early on in these second sets. Is Minnesota fighting early. Lily Jones and Annette Koskell are now tied at 1 in the second set. Meanwhile, Serdan seems to be cruising up 6-love, 3-love. Meanwhile, we see some early errors from Shinen here on 4. And we will jump on over to 3 to check in with senior Andrea Serdan, who's now up 6-love, 4-love against Iva Schmitz. Serdan was the queen of the clinch last season, recording the first 20-win season of her career, going 23-12 on the singles court, 13-7 on the doubles court, finishing the season ranked 87 in the nation with Jaden Brown in doubles. Serdan was the national hard courts winner in doubles, in 2016, winning the gold ball there, as well as number 14 in her class, a blue chip as well. And we do see head coach Ronnie Bernstein watching Serdan there on the right side of our screen. And a player like Serdan, really a rhythm player from the baseline, very good at stepping in, at taking the ball early. Serdan has those compact ground strokes because physically she doesn't have the most height out there, but she makes up for it in her speed and also in those compact ground strokes that allow her to take the ball early and make her such a lethal indoors player. And a player like Iva Schmitz, also an aggressor from the baseline, but has a bit larger ground strokes, so is more prone to getting late against a player like Serdan. And again, we're seeing Serdan just rip out here for the Wolverines. Multiple game points to go up 5-love now in this second set. Meanwhile, Julia Fliegner out to a 2-love start at the number 1 singles court in the second set. Jones and Koskell still battling at 1-all. Shinen and Liu also battling at 1-all after Wolverines take first sets on all 4 singles courts. And that's 5-love for senior Andrea Serdan. Well, it's Sunday. It's 1:18 p.m. Eastern. That is brunch time. It might be double bagel time for Andrea Serdan. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court 1. Court 1 as Julie Fliegner is up 6-4, 2-love against Zoe Wheel. Fliegner really coming into the season with a lot of momentum after a great summer of tennis again, winning the ITA Summer Championships. And coming into Michigan, and we've seen Fliegner playing higher and higher in the lineup for these Wolverines. As we see Fliegner, the sophomore from Michigan. A 2-time state championship winner in Michigan. And the Gophers, unfortunately, have not yet been able to win a Big Ten match, which is going to be a tall order with only 4 players able to play for the Gophers. They are 0-4 in conference play so far. They have won 5 matches this spring, which is pretty impressive considering they're only playing with 4. The Gophers taking a 4-3 win over Utah, along with a 4-2 win over St. Thomas, Drake, South Dakota, and Marquette. Gophers went on a 4-game win streak this spring. As we see Fliegner now with 2 chances to go up 3-love in the second set. And Fliegner has done a very good job after a tight first set of staying very aggressive, very committed to her game plan. here for the Wolverines, but huge forehand from Zoe Wheel. Says not yet. So Fliegner, this is the 40-30 point for Julia Fliegner, as we see Zoe Wheel looking to defend multiple break points. As Fliegner nets that back in return. And we have a deuce point deciding point on court 1. In Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court 3 if possible. Court 3 at Michigan, as we see Andrea Serdan. She has multiple points to clinch this match for the Wolverines. The senior looking to take an 0-0 win. As we see Serdan returning on the near side of our screen here on 3. And she does it. Andrea Serdan, 6-love win over Iva Schmitz to clinch this match. Number 3, Michigan beats Minnesota 4-love at home at the Varsity Tennis Center. And now we will head on over to Purdue, as we see Michigan has taken this win over Minnesota. Unfortunately, the Gophers having to forfeit number 5 and 6 singles today, as well as number 3 doubles. But we will head on over to check in with the Boilermakers after the Illini take the opening doubles point. We see Norman with a 5-2 lead here for Purdue. Norman squaring off against Dong from Illinois. Meanwhile, we will be tracking all Big Ten action today, including Rutgers Maryland women, as we see the Maryland women taking the doubles point. Maryland has a 4-1 lead on 1, a 3-1 lead on 2, on 3 rather, and 2 early set leads on 4 and 5 singles. So 4 out of 6 of the singles matches, Maryland has the lead after taking the doubles point over Rutgers. We will keep you updated with that Big Ten battle as well. But here we lock in with this Purdue-Illinois battle. Meanwhile, number 55, Penn State, has the opening doubles point over the Indiana women. And we are early in singles matches in that battle as well. Meanwhile, Northwestern has roared off to a 3-love lead over Penn State, the Wildcats. After taking the doubles point, the men have taken singles matches at number 1 and number 4 spots for the Cats. We are in a second set tiebreak after Ivan Yatsuk took the opening set on court number 2. Meanwhile, Presley Thieneman from Northwestern, up 7-6, 3-2 at the number 5 single spot. So Northwestern is ready to rumble. They are getting closer and closer to the potential clinch over Penn State. A big break from the Illini as Dong hangs in there. It's 5-3 Norman. Liz Norman, a redshirt senior from Indiana. Norman was 3-1 overall for her past 3 seasons at NC State. And Norman spent her first year at James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia, going 18-1 in dual match play. She was a 5-star recruit before committing to college tennis, ranked 75 in the nation in 2017. Norman is facing Kate Dong, a junior from Cupertino, California, playing for the Illini. Dong closest to us on our screen, serving now, up 30-love. And credit to Illinois, we've seen the Illini fighting back when they've been down all match here. And again, the Illini did take the doubles point, but on the match that was unfinished, the Illini were down 5-love and fought back to 5-4 before the match was clinched by their teammates. Now we see Kate Dong with multiple points to storm back to cut this set deficit to 1. Little cute slice and then backhand pass from Dong. So 5-4, Norman leads on court 1. And Westhoff, let's check out the action on court 2. Let's head on over to court 2 here at Purdue, as we see both players taking a quick break for this changeover. We see Boilermakers up 6-1 to love here. Scylla Fedor, the senior from Boca Raton, Florida, playing for the Boilermakers on the closest side to our screen. Fedor bringing the experience to the court today. Competed in 54 dual matches and 9 fall tournaments over her career. Went 51-19 so far on the singles court. Now she's played all the way in the 1 through 6 spot. She's seen it all. In college tennis, she was ranked as high as 49. In the UTR World College Rankings, career high of 71 in the ITA. The ITA now, of course, using world tennis number. WTN, as Alex Gruskin and I like to call it. And Nebraska and Michigan men facing off. So Michigan women and men, top 5 teams in the nation currently. The women ranked number 3, the men ranked number 5, hosting, rather, on the road against number 45, Nebraska. We will have that match for you shortly, as well as we see Fedor rip it for Purdue. And that's wide as Fedor takes a 3-love lead in the second set. And let's bring you some men's college tennis as well. We have the women, we have the men, we have it all. Here with some split screen action thanks to super producer Daniel Westoff. Again, this is Perry Shannon, joined by Daniel Westoff, here for Cracked Racquets. It's Sunday. Sunday, Big Ten Day. As we see the doubles point just getting underway in Nebraska. The Norman now, just 2 points away. And that's a little swinger for Norman to set up multiple set points. Or rather that, yes, multiple set points. Westoff, could we see that set point graphic for court 1 on Purdue? Norman to serve. Gong hangs in there. Meanwhile, second set point here for Norman as we go full screen at Purdue. Dong bringing the Illini fight. And we have a deuce point, deciding point, set point. That is the set. Finally, says Norman. 6-4 in the first set over Dong. As we see the Boilermakers taking the opening set on court 1. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2 at Purdue. Court 2 as we check in with some more action after Illinois took the opening doubles point. The Illini ranked 34 in the nation, taking on number 44 Purdue. As Fedor now just 2 games away. Boilermakers making a roar in singles. Hard-hitting tennis here on court 2. And again, the Boilermakers have only lost 1 match at home this entire season. So Illinois looking to make that 2 losses at home, but we see the confidence that the Boilermakers have taken into these singles matches. Again, at 1 and 2, taking these opening sets. Here we see, struggling against Fedor. Fedor is on home court. She's showing it. So we have a break point on 2. As we see the Illini fight from And something else that Fedor has done really well this match is just taking the ball early. And we see that point where Fedor got into net. That's often what happens when you take the ball early, especially in indoor tennis, because your opponent doesn't have as much time. So the ball is going to get shorter and shorter. As we see still multiple break points for the Illini here on 2. Meanwhile, Northwestern has taken a 4-love win over Penn State. The Wildcat men defending home turf at Combe Tennis Center in Evanston. As Ivan Yatsuk did take a 6-4, 7-6 win at the number 2 single spot. Presley Theineman was up 7-6, 4-3, so only 2 games away from a 5th singles win for the Wildcats as Northwestern men take that match 4-love. And it is a deuce point deciding point here on 2. As Fedor has battled back, up 4-love, but was down 40-love in this game against Ashley Yao. And that sails long as gets on the board in this second set. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3. Court 3 here at Purdue.
Let's go, Carmen. We love you, boys.
And we see another first set to the Boilermakers. Gallardo Guevara, the 6-4 opening set win. Now we have one of our favorites here at Crack Rackets, a deuce point deciding point in the opening game of the second set. Huge serve. Gallardo Guevara holds to open this second set.
Let's go, Liz. Let's go, Ted.
And rather, that was Hauser with the break. So Hauser Gallardo Guevara, sophomore from Madrid, Spain. And although she's just a sophomore, she already has a lot of college tennis experience. She played 25 matches last spring. All 4 fall events. She went 22-13 on the year on the singles court, 16-12 in doubles. So 2 winning seasons for Gallardo Guevara. She earned her first WTA point at 15 years old, winning 6 professional matches on the WTA circuit before joining the Boilermakers. Gallardo Guevara studying aerospace engineering at Purdue. Purdue, one of the top STEM schools. Meanwhile, she is facing Hauser. Megan Hauser, a sophomore out of Lindenhurst, Illinois. So it's a battle of the sophomores here on court 3. Hauser, ranked 3rd on the team in wins after going 13-7 in her first season with the Illini. 11-6 on the number 4 court for the Illini. So we are seeing her move up from 4 to 3. The 2019 Illinois state champion. And Hauser actually lists her goal in tennis as playing professional doubles on the WTA after college. And that's very interesting because we've seen a number of college players, of course, have success on the singles court, but also in the doubles court. Especially former NC State standout Anna Rogers. We have former USC standout Angela Kulikov. And of course, you can hear both of those women's stories on the Rise, which is a Tennis Channel podcast hosted by yours truly. So in partnership with our friends at Tennis Channel, we bring you the stories of women's college tennis as these women transition from college to the pros, college to full-time professional careers not on the tennis court. So we have all that and more for you wherever you get your podcasts. As we see Hauser here, looking to take an early lead after dropping the first set to Gallardo Guevara. And it's 2-love for Hauser. Hauser lists art as one of her hobbies, and we see the court is her canvas so far in this second set against Gallardo Guevara. And early on in these second sets, that is really where we see those nerves start to come out from a player that did win a close first set. Because again, Gallardo Guevara, very easy to relax a little bit after taking that first set 6-4, but so vital to stay committed to your game plan, stay grounded. And we did see Gallardo Guevara not quite able to use the same power from the ground as she did in this first set. Meanwhile, we will have plenty of other Big Ten tennis coverage coming for you today on this Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. So Gallardo Guevara starting again to find herself, to find her game early in the second set. But if you look away quickly, your opponent is right back in it, as Hauser does have the 2-love lead here in the second set. Big serve up the tee. We've seen the evolution of the serve in women's college tennis. It's just gotten bigger and bigger. And it's huge for these women to be able to reach into their back pocket and take out a big serve on a point where you are down 30-love. As we're tied at 30 now, here on 3. So Hauser, 2 points away from taking a 3-love lead in the second set after the Boilermaker took the opening set 6-4. And again, Illini taking the doubles point here today. So Illinois only needs 3 of these 6 singles matches, whereas Purdue needs 4.
Carmen. Carmen. För Marhen. Vamos Carmen.
So now we see 2 chances for Hauser to go up 3-love. And that's a huge game for Megan Hauser. Now up 3-love in this second set against Gallardo Guevara. Again, Illinois bringing the Illini fight, and we see the Illinois team in general just always rebounding from being down this match again, starting in the doubles point and now in the singles point. In every single one of these matches, Illinois, it's really the power of fighting for your teammates, and we're seeing when one of them fights, all of them fights. Illinois up 1-love in this overall match here at Purdue, and talk about a hostile environment. Purdue with the school letters and huge colors on their indoor court. A bold choice, which of course we love to see here on Cracked Racquets. Again, this is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. This has been a day of Big Ten tennis coverage on YouTube, and no worries, this day will continue. We have more action coming up shortly. But meanwhile, let's see what Gallardo Guevara has to say, as Hauser has taken a 3-love lead early in this second set. Meanwhile, we will check out the action on court 4 here at Purdue, as we see an Illini with a first set lead, 6-2, 2-1 for Josie Frazier. Frazier, a senior out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Frazier's mother and aunt, both college tennis alums. They played at the University of Evansville. Frazier was the top prospect in Arizona. Oh, I recognize her. I lost her. I lost to Josie Frazier at Winter Nationals in Arizona. It was about 25 degrees that morning. We played at 8 a.m. Frazier, a very good player in the cold weather. I can say that from experience, unfortunately, as we see Frazier up 6-2, 2-1, 30-love now. Over Tara Katarina Milic, a sophomore from Slovenia. She played in all 25 spring matches and 4 fall events, going 18-13 in her freshman year on the singles court, 17-13 on the doubles court. Frazier now just 2 points away from taking a 3-1 lead in the second set. Backhand battle on court 4. Again, the University of Illinois top 35 program in the nation, taking on number 44, Purdue. So an update in this overall match. Illinois down 6-4, but up 4-love on court 1. Down 6-1, 5-2 on 2. Dropping the first set on 3 as well, but now up 3-love. And here on 4, we do see Illinois with a lead on 4 and 5. So court 5 just ended a tiebreak. In all this time, we've almost finished singles matches, and we just have one set completed on court 5 as Illinois takes a 7-5 decision in this tiebreak. Go up 7-6, 7-5 in the breaker. And Westhoff, let's actually hop back on over to court 2. Court 2 here in Purdue, as we see if the Boilermakers can get on the board. And they do. Fedor with a 6-1, 6-2 win over Yeah. And Purdue is now on the board. We're tied at 1. So Westhoff, let's head back over to court 4. Head back over to court 4 here at Purdue, as we do have an Illini up 6-4, 3-love. So this match is spicy. We played the game of who would I rather be? I'm not sure at this point. So we have a deuce point deciding point. Here on 4, Westhoff, we could see that graphic for Josie Frazier as she looks for a 3-1 lead here on court 4. Big forehand winner. And that is a huge point. Absolutely on it in this situation. So we have both Milic and Frazier battling now tied at 2. updated with that match as it unfolds. Meanwhile, in the Rutgers and Maryland battle, the Maryland women took the opening doubles point. And we see Maryland with 3 first sets. So Maryland looks to be in the driver's seat against Rutgers. Maryland, a top 50 team in the nation this year. So it is break point opportunities for the Illini. Here as Josie Frazier looks for an early break to keep the lead in. Again, we talk about the importance of early in the second set. Well, midway through the second set is just as important, especially if you're Josie Frazier, if you're an Illinois fan. It's important to keep the pedal on the metal because this match is neck and neck here. Milic. Milic from down 2-1. Now defending game points against Josie Frazier. She's defended 1. And she defended another. Is Frazier an aggressive baseliner who, again, coming from Arizona, playing a lot of indoor tennis in juniors, has really adopted well to this format, to the college tennis format. As we see, because Frazier has a lot of height over that forehand, we can see. Clearly an outdoor player in the juniors. Again, Frazier closest to our screen. But Milic can rip. That is another game point defended by the Boilermaker. And we do see both of these women really have Western grips. And from experience, I can tell you, Western grip is great if you want a lot of height over the net, but it's not so great if you want to step in and flatten out the ball. And we're seeing Milic somehow find a way to do that, but technically that's a very difficult shot with that Western forehand that Milic has. She's able to do it again. Milic ripping that Western forehand. We love to see it. Representing Team Western forehand very well there. Can't say I could do the same on my forehand, but love to see it from Milic. And we have a deuce point deciding point here on court 4. Huge point if Josie Frazier wants to stay in the lead. And it's pretty clear at this point, but the goal is to stay away from that Milic forehand. See if you can find the Milic backhand because, again, Frazier has very heavy forehand as well. Milic earns it from down 2-1, then to 2-all, then down 40 love, then takes the game. 3-2, the Boilermaker leads on 4. That was a huge sequence for Milic. If you're a Purdue fan, keep your eyes on court 4 here at Purdue. As Milic proving why she deserves to play in this 4 spot. Again, down but not out. And of course, we'll be bringing you a ton of college tennis action in just a few short minutes. As we're tracking 6 consecutive matches. Make that 7 here at Crack Racquets. As we have coverage of the Big Ten, of the SEC, of the ACC. We have it all. Again, this is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. Always doing a wonderful job on the ones and twos, and here we see Frazier on the far side of our screen. Can she rebound? After that fight from Milic in the past 2 games. And a changeover is so important for a Josie Frazier to really reset after that, because it feels like an uphill battle at this point in the second set for Josie Frazier. Again, after Milic, Frazier didn't necessarily get tight. It seemed that Milic really just earned those last 2 games with some good tennis play, especially good forehand. So we'll have to see if we see Frazier already trying to find that Milic backhand. That's smart from Frazier. This is the kind of tennis that she needs to be playing. She misses that long. But that was the right point for Josie Frazier, especially at this point in the match when the Milic forehand is really the lethal weapon on this court. Out of both women, I would say that the Milic forehand is, right now, is the weapon that can do the most damage. And when you do have a big forehand like that, it's very important to make sure that, obviously, that your backhand is solid, but that your backhand is going deep enough to set up that forehand, and Milic is doing a good job of that. As she does miss that return wide. And meanwhile, we are ready to go triple box. Around the nation in the Big Ten. This is Big Ten Sunday. As we check out all of these matches.
Go, Red.
We have the men, we have the women.
Go, Luke. Come on! Go ahead!
So we also see Wisconsin taking a 5-love win over Michigan State on the women's
Come on! Right here, let's go! Let's go! Come on!
So Wisconsin, number 17 in the nation. Shows why. The decisive 5-love victory over Michigan State. And again, in the clinch match, that would be 4-love technically, but they have finished 5 matches, so you do have 5 Badgers who have taken wins at Michigan State on the women's side. Meanwhile, Josie Frazier. Frazier now with the big forehands. And the defense, check out this point. 2 lets and 1 point, court 4. Eyes on 4. 3 lets in 1 point. Westoff, cut that clip. 3 lets in 1 point. At court 4 on Purdue.
Give me that!
State battle unfolding here on Court 1 in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Wisconsin 7-6 on the season, 0-1 in Big Ten play. Meanwhile, the Michigan State men 6-8 on the season, 0-1 also in Big Ten play. Wisconsin taking the opening doubles point. Meanwhile, here at the number 1 single spot, we see Jared Pratt, a graduate student from Charleston, South Carolina, playing for the Badgers. Pratt is an exact batting .500 for the Badgers, 42-42 overall on the singles court. And 39 on the doubles court. So meanwhile, in this overall match, Wisconsin takes an early 1-love lead over Michigan State. Meanwhile, Wisconsin has first sets on 3 singles courts. So the match, 1-4, Wisconsin. That match calculus, that pathway to 4 seems pretty clear right now for the Badgers. If you're just going off of first sets, because Wisconsin also, Minasian has a 5-3 lead over Lair at court 5, and it's a set point now for Minasian Lair. Westhoff, we could head on to court 5. Court 5 at Wisconsin. As we do have a set point for the Badgers. So if you're a Michigan State fan, you are down but not out. It's very important now for Michigan State to really bring that fight to the end of these first sets. As we see, it appears that Minasian did take this opening set. As we wait for our scoreboard stuff, Dave. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we can hop on over to court 1. Let's go back to court 1. We see Barris does have a 4-3 lead over Pratt. Ozan Barris, a freshman from Okemos, Michigan. He was a blue chip recruit, ranked number 5 in the class of 2022. He aspires to play professional tennis after his college career. Barris played in the Junior French Open and Junior Wimbledon, as well as reaching the quarterfinals of the 2022 Junior Australian Open. So Ozan Barris on the far side of the screen in the Spartan green as he dips that backhand and Pratt puts it in the net. So Barris with the 4-3 lead here on 1 as Michigan State looks to get on the board in this battle. Again, Wisconsin has first sets on 3 courts, and Minasian did end up going 5-4 on court 5. So the only first sets that, well, one first set was won by Portnoy on court 6 for Michigan State, and Bears is the only other scorer who's in the lead so far in these matches. So it's really crunch time, back against the wall for Michigan State. And this is where if Michigan State wants to come back, wants to put up some second set rallies, it really comes from the energy from your teammates who are surrounding you on these courts, because again, we, as student athletes, we spend our entire college lives basically surrounded by our teammates. And so that chemistry, that relationship building is so important throughout the year. Because when we are in pressure situations on the court, it's so important to not just compete for yourself, but to compete for your teammates around you and rely on them to give you energy. In those important moments, as we do see up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, we see this Nebraska battle. As Nebraska takes on the University of Michigan. The Wolverines are ranked 5 in the nation. Meanwhile, Barris now has multiple break points on the big screen here for Michigan State. First one is saved by Pratt. So for Michigan men's tennis, we have a singles update as they play Nebraska in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Michigan took the doubles point. And early on in these first sets, the only Wolverines in the lead are Gavin Young at number 3 and Will Cooksey at number 6. Gavin Young with a 3-2 lead over Wisconsin. Cooksey with a 4-1 lead over Nebraska. Michigan men taking on 45th ranked Nebraska. So we have 40 ranking spots in between these two squads, but again, it's conference play. The ITA rankings are just numbers on a paper when the first ball is hit in these matches. Meanwhile, on the lower left of our screen, we're one game away from splitting sets here on court 5. And we do have word that Illinois is currently serving for the match on court 5. We see Pratt putting up the fight on court 1. And rather, Illinois now with match point. Match point, match point here on court 5. And that's the match. Illinois, 7-6, 6-2. The Illini take the win on court 5. Again, Illinois, after taking the doubles point, has shown the fight in singles. Illinois, remember, being down 5-love in that third doubles match, fighting back to 5-4. The Illini were able to clinch it on the other 2 doubles courts, but Illinois very impressed with their fight today. The Illinois women number 34 in the nation, taking that win over Purdue, number 44. So a 10-point ranking advantage. So why today the Illini women? Meanwhile, we have multiple set points up on the left-hand corner of your screen. Takes the first set over Nino Ehrenschneider. Nebraska, after dropping the doubles point, again, talk about fight. This is Big Ten season. Nebraska's putting up quite a fight. Again, Nebraska, a top 5, top 50 team taking on a top 5 team, and we're seeing the Cornhuskers battle here on the singles court. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2. To court 2 here at Nebraska. So meanwhile, Illinois and Purdue now tied at 1 apiece. Has taken a 6-3 win in the first set, but now trails 1-love. Against this Cornhusker. Andrew Fenty, of course. One of the many faces of Michigan men's tennis. Fenty has taken advantage of some NIL opportunities. Something that's always fun to talk about, especially when you are a New England sports fan, coming from New England like me. Brady has signed Andrew Fenty to his Brady brand line of clothing. Fenty also aiming to play professional tennis after his career. Fenty's a senior now at Michigan, and he was the recipient of the 2023 IUTR Hurd Scholarship, which gives $100,000 to a current player who's looking to play professionally and coming up through the college ranks. The female recipient was Peyton Stearns, former Texas Longhorn, NCAA champion her sophomore year for the Longhorns, now playing professionally and top 150 in the world. Peyton Stearns recently actually played with Danielle Collins, one of the most, if not the most successful former college player to play Collins coming up from UVA, where she won the NCAA championship and then became the first ever college player to reach the quarterfinals of the Australian Open. That was earlier this year. And unfortunately, Collins and Stearns, who played doubles together at the Miami Open, lost 10-8 in the third to Ostapenko and Kitchenok in the round of 32. So we are seeing these former college players have much success in the Pro Tour. Unfortunately, that was a first-round loss for them, but Peyton Stearns did win the first round of qualifiers at the Miami Open, ultimately falling to the top seed in qualifiers. And with Vargachenko. That was a 7-6, 6-1 decision. But back to current college tennis, as we're seeing multiple Big Ten matches here on the screen. Reduced point deciding. Looks to get on the board here in the second set. Taking it to 6-3.
One.
Court 2. Meanwhile, we do see the opening set complete down in court 1 at Wisconsin. So Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court 2 at Wisconsin. Court 2 at Wisconsin. Meanwhile, we do see number 55 Penn State take a 6-love win over Indiana as the Penn State women assert themselves as 55 in the nation. 6-love win over Indiana. And meanwhile, we do apologize. We did have some audio difficulties earlier for these past few minutes on the screen, but we are back. We are back and better than ever. And Westhoff, if we could actually move to a different court, let's say court 5 at Purdue, court 5 in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. As we did see Illinois take a win for the Illini. Again, Illini now up 2-1. And they might be up 3-1 now. Westhoff, let's try court 6. Let's see if court 6 at Purdue is still in action. Meanwhile, we check out Fenty now, 2 points away, taking 3-2 lead in this second set. And we have some big points here. If you're a Wolverines fan, all eyes on Andrew Fenty in the big screen here as Fenty has 2 chances to break the Cornhuskers, take a 3-2 lead. Here on court 2 again, Fenty was down 2-love in the second set. So we have a deuce point deciding point on court 2. And that is a huge hold. It's Andrew Fenty unable to break. Goes down 3-2 in the second set. And Westhoff, let's move on over to court 3 now. Court 3 at Nebraska. So Michigan takes the doubles point, takes first sets on 3 of these courts, but Cornhuskers are not going anywhere. They're putting up a huge fight today. So Gavin Young now up 6-2, 3-2 against Maruyama. This Illinois-Purdue match. We're almost 3 hours in. Because it's a nice day, but we have some intense indoor tennis here in Big Ten action. As the Illini are now up 3-1 against Purdue, so the Illini just need 1 more win. Josie Frazier just added to the Illinois lead with a 6-2, 6-4 win at the number 4 single spot. Frazier, the senior from Arizona. The Boilermakers are up 3-2 in the third set on court 6. Meanwhile, an update for you with some other Big Ten action not on your screen. Rutgers is playing Maryland. Maryland is up 2-0 now after taking the doubles point. Maryland is close, it seems, to clinching this match. Maryland up 6-2, 5-4 on court 5, and on court 4, Maryland's up 4-1 in the third set. Maryland also has a 3-2 lead in the third set on 2. So the Terrapins edging slowly towards the finish line. Meanwhile, you see Gavin Young tied up at 30 here on court 3. We see multiple points for Boilermakers to take a 4-2 lead in this third set on the upper left-hand corner of your screen on court 6. Gavin Young, just too tough from the baseline. And Young again. Tall, lanky, has the wingspan, as Alex Gruskin likes to say. But Young has also worked on his movement. We saw that there with his retrieval of that wide forehand. Young has improved more and more as a mover throughout his college career. Meanwhile, Purdue does take a 4-2 lead in the third set on court 6. In Westhoff, let's check out the action on court 1 at Purdue. Court 1 at Purdue. Meanwhile, Michigan State serving for the match on court 2 here at Wisconsin. It's Popovich, only 3 points away. Wisconsin with the battle. Meanwhile, deuce point deciding point at court 3. It's the upper left-hand corner of your screen. We have some break points down on court 1. It's the Illini. We're also getting closer and closer, closing out this match. Wisconsin, match points. Popovich with 2 chances. Match point, match point. Westhoff, could we get that match point graphic for Popovich? For the Badgers here on 2. That's one way. Oh, that was wide. I was going to say that's one way to do it with an ace, but here we are, second serve. he does it. Popovich, 6-1, 6-2 over Sheldon on court 2. Popovich wins the match for the Wisconsin Badgers. Defending home territory. Badgers defending their nest. Number 52, Wisconsin takes down number 74, Michigan State. 6-1, 6-2 on court 2. And meanwhile, Dong is only 3 points away from clinching this match for the Illini on court 1. So if you're just joining us, this is Perry Shining, joined by Daniel Westoff on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. You're watching Big Ten tennis. It's Sunday. It's Big Ten Day. So we see Kate Dong from Cupertino, California, looking to clinch the match for the Illini here on court 1. Meanwhile, it's match point, lower left. Here on court 1, big screen. Match points. Westoff can wave that match point bracket for Kate Dong. For Illinois, the Illini 3-1 against the Boilermakers. Take down the Boilermakers 4-1. Illinois proving itself in the Big Ten, handing the Boilermakers only their second loss at home in 2023. Their fourth loss. Kate Dong has a day out on court. On the left side of our screen, Gavin Young's falling behind 4-3 in this second set after taking the first 6-2. Head to court 1 at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, as we see. This match has been clinched at 3. championship for the Terrapins. Looking to hang in the second set for the Wolverines. And if you are a Michigan fan, Michigan's still in the driver's seat in this match. Michigan takes first sets. The number 1 spot. We have Fenty, Young, and Cooksey all tied at 3 in the second set after taking the first sets. Meanwhile, huge break opportunity here for Andrew Fenty, as he has 2 points to break Mariyama. Get back in the second set. And that's a break. A break on 2 for Michigan. Andrew Fenty now up 5-3 in this second set. Fenty looking to serve it out for the Wolverines. So Fenty keeping the pedal on the metal. Again, Fenty went down too low in the second set, and we've seen Fenty's only given up 1 more game since then, rattling off nearly 5 straight. As Andrew Fenty up 5-3, now looking to serve it out for Michigan. Little dropper from Fenty. That does not work. That is not a common shot that we see in college tennis, a drop shot off a serve, but we love to see the variety from Fenty. As we see Lin-Quet take the opening point of this game. Fenty a little bit overeager there on the back turn to serve. Lindquist with multiple chances to hold serve and stay in this match.
Come on, boys. Right now, Cook.
So Lindquist looking to stay in it, but Fenty hanging on. Again, Lindquist still has 2 chances to make it 5-4 in the second set instead of match for Fenty. And that's huge. We have a deuce point match point. Westhoff, could we see the graphic? Andrew Fenty. Could he be the answer for the Wolverines today? Andrew Fenty, 6'3", 6'3", over the Nebraska Cornhuskers to give the Wolverines their 3rd win of the day. Wolverines now up 3-0 over Nebraska. Meanwhile, Nebraska looking to get on the board on court 5 as Mueller is up 6-4, 5-3 over Nino Ehrenschneider. Nebraska takes the first set on 4 as well. Six, 4, 5-3 for Mueller, 15-all, 30-15, so 2 points away. So check it out, the Cornhuskers have first sets and then some on 4 and 5. So Michigan only needs 1 more. Nebraska needs 3 of these and another. So Nebraska still an uphill battle if you're a Cornhuskers fan, but you're a Wolverines fan. It's not the most simple pathway at the moment. Lefty forehand action there from Nino Ehrenschneider on court 5. Ehrenschneider hanging in there. Meanwhile, it's deuce point deciding point on court 4 in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. We're tied at 4 in the second set. Of course, Nebraska taking the first. Meanwhile, court 6 might be decided. It's too early to tell here in this Big Ten battle, but again, number 45 Nebraska, the underdogs against number 5 ranked Michigan. Meanwhile, it's game point for Ehrenschneider. So 5-4, Cornhuskers lead on 4. Cornhuskers points away from making this a 3-2 match all of a sudden. Cooksey finds the open court. And he takes the 40-30 lead down 5-4 in the second set again. Will Cooksey did take the first set, so if you're a Wolverine fan, your pathway to 4 right now seems to lie in the hands of Will Cooksey if he can come back and tie this at 5-all. He has 2 points to do so right now. That's huge. Will Cooksey. It's 5-all. Folks, we are now 2 games away from the number 5 ranked Wolverines clinching this match over the Nebraska Cornhuskers. But if you're a Nebraska fan, look at the scores. Cornhuskers have a 5-4 lead in both second sets on courts 3 and 4. Cornhuskers, of course, taking the first set on court 4. For Will Cooksey.
Go Huskers!
It's a battle. Cooksey wins it with the backhand down low. 15-all. 5-all, 15-all. Meanwhile, Cornhuskers are 2 points away on court 4. Meanwhile, Gavin Young still in it on 3. He has multiple chances to make this a 5-all second set as well. And something that we're seeing out of Will Cooksey is really just that simple backhand, that just turn and straight to the ball that technically is really sound. So it's giving Cooksey the opportunity to really battle in the second set and also play a high level of indoor tennis against these Cornhuskers now. Huskers up 30-15 on court 6. The defense! Will Cooksey, sliding passing shot. Now Cooksey is 2 points away from taking a 6-5 lead in this second set. have some break point chances. Here on 6. Will Cooksey, 2 chances to take a 6-5 lead in the second set. After taking the first 6-3. So Wolverine fans, all eyes on Cooksey now for this second serve returning. Cooksey maybe looking for a backhand here to take it early because he's had a lot of success this set, really just taking that backhand side, ripping it early, just like that. That's huge from Will Cooksey. Cooksey from down 5-4 to up 6-5. 2 crucial games for the Wolverine. Meanwhile, we see Gavin Young. Multiple points to go up. 6-5 in the second set after trailing 5-4 in the second. So we're seeing really why Michigan is number 5 in the nation. It's because when they're down, especially down these 5-4 games, that's such a crucial game because you either lose the set or you're back in it. And 5-0, anything can happen. And we're seeing these Wolverines find a way to push these sets to 5-0. That's huge. Gavin Young up 6-5 in the second set. Meanwhile, we are back in action here as Will Cooksey looks to close out this match and the overall team match for the Wolverines. Just misses wide to start off this game. And the big key for Cooksey here will be first serve placement. So can he find a way to keep Nebraska uncomfortable here on 6? With perhaps taking a little bit off that first serve and opening up the court with that serve +1 combo. Just like that, a serve and a nice little dropper. Beautiful setup by Cooksey, and now he's 3 points away. Meanwhile, Nebraska takes the 2-3 win on court 4. Or rather, is up 6-2 and 6-5 in the second set. So 1 game away from taking a victory. Meanwhile, Gavin Young has found a way to get back in the driver's seat on the second set on court 3. So it's a race to clinch between Gavin Young and Will Cooksey. Can either or both come out with wins here on the road in Nebraska? Double fault is not going to do it for Cooksey. So Will Cooksey, the sophomore from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, down now, 30-15. That's a huge serve. So a double fault and then a huge serve from Will Cooksey. So he's 2 points away in these next 2 points. If you're a Wolverine fan, you want to see Cooksey put first serves in again. Maybe take a little bit off that first serve. Find the placement. So then you can open up that next control ball in this rally. Cooksey, 30 all. Match point for Will Cooksey. It's match point, folks. Match point for Cooksey and match point for the Michigan Wolverines to take a hard-fought win over Nebraska. As we see Wolverines almost 2.5 hours into this match with a match point. And he does it. Will Cooksey, arms raised over his head for a 6-3, 7-5 win at Court 6. Michigan takes a 4-love win over Nebraska. Michigan, number 5 in the nation. 4-love over number 45, Nebraska. The Wolverines proving too tough for the Cornhuskers on this Sunday afternoon. And our Big Ten coverage will continue after a quick break. Welcome back, Cracked fans, to our episode of the CrossCourt cast. This is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, here on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. It's Sunday, so that means we are bringing you Big Ten tennis coverage. We've been here all day, and we're here for another Big Ten match. This one outdoors. Outdoors at Illinois. How much fun is that? For Big Ten matches, to be outside in March, especially in Illinois. Let's go. So we do have the Illini trailing Ohio State 3-love. And our 4 remaining matches all in third sets. And the Illini have leads on 2 of those 4 matches in the third set. So again, Illinois needs all 4 of these matches remaining. Ohio State only needs 1. And OSU did take the doubles point. So we see James Trotter from Ohio State with a 2-1 lead over Alex Petrov on this court 3. James Trotter, a redshirt senior from Hyogo, Japan. Trotter, all Big Ten first team in 2022, and the past 2 seasons before that he was all Big Ten second team. Last season, Trotter was 21-8 overall on the singles court, and he went undefeated at number 3 and 4 positions. He went 6-0. Took 17 wins in doubles as well, spending all season ranked in the top 20, including 8 weeks at number 2. So Trotter, singles and doubles specialist for the Buckeyes. Meanwhile, Trotter taking on Alex Petrov from Illinois. Petrov, a junior from New York, New York. Has not played that many spring matches, fall or spring, but especially spring matches for Illinois. We're seeing Petrov in action here, battling in the third set. Petrov was 5-star recruit, number 35 in the nation. So Trotter now, the 2-1 30-15. Rather, as we wait for our scoreboards to update, we are on the deuce side, so we would have an even score. As Trotter with break points. And Petrov saves one of them. So we see James Trotter closest to us here on our screen, and we see Alex Petrov on the far side. And of course, we've had a number of matches already wrap up, as number 50 Maryland takes a 4-love win over the Rutgers women. A height miss there from Trotter. Rather, Trotter on the far side of our screen. On the far side, rather, as we saw Petrov here on the closer side with the white shirt. Petrov on the far side with the red. Petrov now up 3-1. Or Trotter, rather, up 3-1. So Trotter up 3-1 here on court 3. Meanwhile, Illinois putting up the fight on the other courts in action. Hunter Heck for Illinois up 2-1 in the third set. Carlos Azalins, Cannon Kingsley tied at 2, the number 1 single spot, and Oliver Okonkwo up 2-1 in the third set at number 5 singles. So OSU needs a lead on one of these courts, and they have it. They do have it on one, and that's all the Buckeyes need. As we see James Trotter here, up 3-1 against Alex Petrov. Big serve from Petrov. As the Illini goes up 40 love to hold on in this third set. And so both Illinois and Ohio State really used to playing outdoor tennis. Especially somewhat shocking to have this outdoor match in March in Big Ten action, and it's a very good opportunity for either team really to start establishing themselves for NCAA season, because of course NCAA championships held outside in the heat in May. As we see Petrov looking for multiple chances to stay in this set here. The lefty up to serve. And he does. Alex Petrov stays in it as Trotter has a 3-2 lead in this third set. So we're tied at 2 on court 5. Meanwhile, Carlos Azalins from Illinois has a 3-2 lead. Number 1 singles in the third set. Hunter Heck has a 2-1 lead at number 2 singles in the third set. So Trotter still the only one in the lead for Ohio State. So Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 5. Court 5 singles, as this is also a chance for Ohio State to start to take an early lead as we're all tied up at 2 in this third set. And we're back in action on 3. Meanwhile, Trotter with the lead for the Bucks. So Ohio State up 3 love, but it's a lot more complicated than the scoreline. As we check in here, outdoors, these indoor players checking out the elements outside. As we see the flags rippling in the wind. So 2-all, we see the Illini pushing forward here on court 5. Oliver Okonkwo taking on Alexander Bernard from Ohio State. Okonkwo, a graduate student out of Maidenhead, Berkshire. Okonkwo playing his last 4 seasons at Iowa. Did not play last spring due to injury. Okonkwo has played every match this spring. Qualifying for the 2021 NCAA doubles tournament with partner Will Davies. That was in 2021. Becoming only the 7th doubles team at Iowa. First in 32 seasons to compete at the NCAAs. We see Okonkwo now. 2 chances to go up 3-2 against Bernard. And these 2 chances coming up right here again. Our scoreboards are a point above. Point ahead of us, rather. So we will ignore that in the lower left-hand corner as we check out this game point for Okonkwo. Huge serve, Oliver Okonkwo up 3-2 against Alexander Bernard. So that makes it 3 leads. Again, Illini down 3-love, but they're in the lead on 3 courts in this 3rd set. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court 3 because the one lead that Ohio State needs is James up 4-2 in the 3rd after dropping the first set 6-4, taking the second set 6-3, and now Trotter to a 4-2 lead with multiple points to go up 5-2 here on court 3. So this match could be over in the next 5 minutes or in the next hour. As we like to say here at Crack Racquets, you never know in college tennis. Ohio State men ranked number 2 in the nation, taking on number 21 Illinois. But Illinois, deceivingly good, deceivingly gritty team. And again, if you look at the Illinois website, looking at the Illini who are playing on tour, it's a very long list. And of course, including double specialist Rajiv Ram, as well as recently retired professional singles player Kevin Anderson. We also have Alexander Vukic, of course, from Sydney, Australia. As well as Alex Kovacek, who currently is playing Miami Open, just lost in the round of 64, but won 3 matches, including a big win over Alex Vukic. So 2 Illini squaring off just a few days ago in the qualies of the Miami Open. Vukic coming out with this 6-3, 7-6 win, and it seems as if Kovacek was the lucky loser because then he gets fed into the round of 128, wins a match over Jaume Munar. And then ends up losing to Francisco Cerundolo. 4-4, but what a tournament for the Illini. Illini alums. Popping off out Miami Open. And meanwhile, a point here for Trotter to go up 5-2. And that was an overrule, folks. A huge overrule. Because that might have decided this outcome of this match. Because we see James Trotter now up 5-2 on court 3. That was a deuce point again, thanks to that overrule. And we do see the Illini trailing on court 2, 4-1. And Cannon Kingsley, the Illini rather ahead 4-1, but Cannon Kingsley from Ohio State now up 4-3 on court 1. So the Buckeyes are hanging in on the other courts, but if you're a Buckeye fan, you love to see that overrule. And again, we cannot tell at all from our broadcast booth. That was the far side of the screen, so we leave that to the referee. So Buckeyes, one game away. The redshirt senior, James Trotter, will be the answer for the Bucks. Huge, James Trotter. Trotting up there for the first point. So now Trotter only 3 points away from the clinch for Ohio State. And again, if Buckeyes end up coming out with a 4-love win, this would be crazy because this is not really an accurate outcome, perhaps, of what is going on these other courts. Again, we're in 4-3 sets right now. That's why Ohio State, number 2 in the nation, able to find a way to win in many different situations. .30 love. James Trotter leads 2 points away for Trotter. And so if you're Alex Petrov, the name of the game, of course, staying on the court as long as possible. And how would you do that against a James Trotter? I would say, so far it seems, first of all, not an easy task, but second of all, finding that backhand side is the answer right now for Petrov. Again, Petrov, a lefty, being able to find that forehand cross-court to the Trotter one-hander. And there it is, opening up the court. Petrov making Trotter hit that backhand slice that, yeah, is a little uncomfortable, especially outside. Petrov gets on the board this game. Huge serve. And we have match point. Match point, folks. Double match point for this individual match for James Trotter. And, of course, match point in the upper left-hand corner of your screen for the Ohio State Buckeyes. So talk about Big Ten dominance in the nation. Of course, Michigan ranked number 5, Ohio State ranked 2 currently. Those teams on the men and women's sides have solidified themselves as 2 contenders this year and on a different level, on a different caliber of tennis than the rest of the Big Ten. As we see Trotter with another chance. So Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic for James Trotter? As he has 2 more chances at 40-30. And he does it. James Trotter clinches the match for the Ohio State Buckeyes. 4-6, 6-3, 6-2 over Alex Petrov from Illinois. Ohio State, number 2 in the nation for a reason, takes the 4-love win over Illinois. Again, Ohio State, number 5. Number 7 takes down, number 2 takes down number 21, Illinois. 4-love. Too good from the Buckeyes. And again, if you're an Illini fan, a bit of a shame because the other matches were all in 3rd sets. All could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, what an effort from the Illini. And what a day it has been of Big Ten coverage here on the Crack Rackets YouTube channel. Of course, this is Perry Shine, joined by our super producer, Daniel Westhoff, for Cracked Rackets. We've had Big Ten coverage for you all day, and of course, that will continue all conference season as we get closer and closer to the NCAA tournament when it all comes together. But again, we're still in conference play. We're in the nitty-gritty part of conference play, more than halfway over with conference play, and we're starting to see the teams really start to establish themselves again in the Big Ten, which is today. Michigan and Ohio State, still 2 of the top teams in the nation on the men's and women's side, especially Michigan, number 2 in the country for number 3 in the country for the women, number 5 in the country for the men. Meanwhile, Ohio State men, 2 in the nation for the men, 7 in the nation for the women. So again, we're seeing a ton of top 10 Big Ten college action here on Cracked Rackets, and we'll have much more for you in the coming weeks. So stay with us, and we look forward to seeing you next week.